So when you're ready,
Oh, okay. I thought of that after I said that.
Okay,
So you're good to go? Okay. We're ready.
Okay, so the escorts, when they take someone to the stage, are they coming off the stage this way
Yes, they go that way and then around.
and around? So I need to get my mom's cane so she can get down the steps. So
Okay, I can always help her too. That won't be.
I've got the cane, so I'll just,
You know what? Stick the cane beside there right now,
okay.
and we'll.
Gary,
okay, thank you.
No problem.
Good evening, and welcome to the 43rd Award Dinner honoring our inductees to the Ontario O5PBA Bowling Hall of Fame. My name is Gail, and I'm the treasurer of the Ontario O5PBA. It's a privilege to be your MC for this evening. Tonight, we will give the ultimate honor of induction to 8 individuals, plus 1 other will become a dual inductee. I now ask you to join me in welcoming our head table honorees. From Windsor, Gail and her husband Randy. From Richmond Hill, John Cresswell and his wife Heather. From Ottawa, Denis St-Onge and his husband, his wife, Jeanette. Bill, Linda McAlan and her husband Ian. From St. Catharines, Bill Williams and his wife Barb. From Milton, Elizabeth Nicoll and her guest Lindsay Laporte. From Mississauga, Claudina Sula and her husband Robert. From Toronto, Rob McGregor and his guest Neil Hornsby. And from London, Patero, being represented by his wife Terry and their son Rob. Ladies and gentlemen, our 2024 Hall of Fame inductees. I ask that you all remain standing as I call upon O5 Director Lori Bizak to present our reflection.
The second one. Can you tell if it's me? Okay.
Channel 1. Nothing on channel 2.
Okay, so he's muted right now.
Hi, we are gathered on the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have left their footprints on Mother Earth before us. We respectfully acknowledge those who have walked on it and those who walk on it now, and the future generations who have yet to walk upon it. The Ontario 5PBA Hall of Fame is being held in Hamilton, Ontario, which is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, the Neutral, the Huron-Wendat, and Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. At this time, let's take a moment to be thankful to our friends and family gathered here today. Thank you to the people who have prepared our meals and those that will serve the food we are about to enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. Please be seated, and we'll let the serving of dinner begin. For your listening pleasure tonight, Paul Bauer, a past O5 board member, supervising my dinner here in our
Go make sure Gary mutes. Can you stay here?
Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ontario 5-Pin Bowling Association Board of Directors, I'd like to welcome everyone and congratulate the nominees on your induction into the Ontario 5-Pin Bowling Hall of Fame. The Board of Directors work year-round to organize various events, including tonight. I'd like to introduce them. As I ask, when I call your name, please stand and remain standing until the entire board has been introduced. I'd also like to ask you to hold your applause until the full board has been introduced. Starting with our new elected director, Dan Boulder from Brantford. Mike Connerty and his wife Sandy from Kemptville. Lori Bizak and her partner, Wade Thompson of Brampton. Sarah Gorman of Scarborough. Megan Blewett of Whitby. From Hamilton, Susan Bird and her husband Gord. O5 Hall of Fame builder in 2019, Brenda Hamilton of Mississauga. The O5 builder in 2015, Mike Kite and his wife Doreen from Richmond Hill. Treasurer, Reverend Jim Stephanie, Gary Kehoe Blackstock. Secretary Beck Wilson of Fenland Falls. And myself, Dave Bose, and wife Judy from Peterborough. Last but not least, soon to be a Hall of Fame inductee in the building division from Richmond Hill, O5 President John Cresswell, and his wife Heather, who was inducted as a builder in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, your board of directors. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you, Dave. Along with the O5PBA, there are a few other organizations that join us in celebrating tonight's honorees. With us this evening from the Master Bowlers Association of Ontario is your tournament director, Jim Head. Please stand. Thank you. And with us from the Bowl Ontario Executive is their financial clerk, Melanie Gerard. He's going to come and say a few words in the
I
record.
did stand
Sean.
up, I'm sorry. Or you want me to talk? Esteemed guests and new inductees, thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you on this important night. On behalf of Bowl Ontario 5-Pin and all our proprietor members, I extend our sincere congratulations to the new members of the O5-Pin Bowling Hall of Fame, as all your contributions and accomplishments as players and builders are recognized tonight. Tonight is important not only to recognize the new members of the Hall of Fame, but to also acknowledge past Hall of Famers, reminisce over favorite bowling stories, and speculate the future of the sport that we all share the same passion for. I wish everyone an enjoyable night, safe travels home, and congratulations to tonight's inductees. And that's how we move on.
So the three organizations having been introduced and completed, please enjoy your name codes.
Oh yes, it does. I can tell it all my life. I'm on the Freedom 55 in 2055. Like I said, I forgot about the Dana thing. That's what I said to Michelle. I said, Sean went there when you were really young, so you don't have enough years to story. Well, I know it helps. So I know it. And everybody else. Well, I know when Al told me one day, he said, probably I can work for this much less and this much more. Or I can get this bio. Bye, I'm out of here. Okay, goodbye. He's now, Al's not working, but he does a lot of volunteer work with community care. He works one day, I think he works paid 1 day a week, driving the truck around and stuff up, and then he doesn't yeah, he started when he was 21 or 22. Yeah, same with Frank. They're both different dads. Al's grandfather, yes. I'm not sure about Frank. Al's grandfather. Guys, Al hangs over at girlfriend's family. The old Dustin. So I go and have a beer with him every Saturday after. Well, no, and there's also a traveling. I'm not used to it. I can find somebody else.
How old are you?
People's backyards 2 days ago.
At the
and I ask you to hold your applause until they have been introduced. So from our selection committee, the Hall of Fame chair, an inductee in 2013 as a player, Brenda Penkoff, accompanied by her husband Dave. Hall of Fame secretary, an inductee in 2019 as a builder, Brenda Hamilton. Inducted as a builder in 1994 and as a player in 1999, and our MC for the induction ceremonies this evening, Walter Heaney, accompanied by his wife Catherine. An inductee to the Builders Division this evening, and president of the O5, John Cresswell, and his wife Heather. An inductee in 2001 as a builder, Patricia Jepson. An inductee in 2017 as a player, Connie Ward. An inductee in 2009 as a player, Paul Aslin. An inductee in 2017 as a builder, Ron Roeder. An inductee in 2015 as a player, Bernie Menard. An inductee in 2007 as a builder, Dave Post, accompanied by his wife Judy. Presently serving as an observer on the Hall of Fame committee, Brenda Walters. And the dinner committee chair from the O5 board, Sue Burns, and accompanied by her husband Gordon. Ladies and gentlemen, the members of the O5 Hall of Fame selection committee. This is the 43rd time that the 5-pin bowling industry has taken the opportunity to honor its own. The individuals that have built our sport a high profile to enjoy today. Here this evening, we have numerous Hall of Fame members. I would like them to stand and be recognized with a round of applause after they are all introduced. Brenda Walters, player, 2022. Okay, I've got more than one person doing this. Heather Cresswell, builder, 2022. John Conti, as a player in 2019 and a builder in 2022. Jim Head, as a player, 2019. Brenda Hamilton, builder, 2019. Connie Ward, player, 2017. William White, player, 2017. Ron Roeder, builder, 2017. Sandy Lyons, player, 2015. Jeff Stevens, player, 2015. Mike Kent, builder, 2015. Terry Little, player, 2013. Brenda Petkoff, player, 2013. Claudina Sula, as a player, 2011. Paul Askelman, player, 2009. Dave Post, builder, 2007. Oh, sorry, the one before Dave is Mariano Marconi, the builder in 2008, but he is not here tonight at last minute. On to Bernie Menard, player, 2005. Patricia Jepson, builder, 2001. Ian Cameron, dual inductee, player in 1996, and a builder in 2015. And Walter Heaney, dual inductee as a player in 1994, and a builder in 1999. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hall of Fame members of this evening. Time you hear from me, we'll give you a warning before the ceremony starts. Okay, folks, this is your 5-minute warning. If you need to go for a breath of fresh air or water the nose, please be so kind. We have 5 minutes. our 43rd Awards Dinner honoring inductees to the Ontario 5-Pin Bowling Hall of Fame. The O5 continues to explore ways to recognize outstanding participants in our sport. The Hall of Fame process begins with nominations received from zone associations. Local associations such as Niagara Peninsula, Central Ontario, Hamilton, and North Central.
Danny, how are you?
The Hall of Fame process begins with nominations received from zone associations. Local associations such as Niagara Peninsula, Central Ontario, Hamilton, York Central, and just this past September, Grand River, all have developed formal induction ceremonies for recognizing individuals who have contributed to the association's success. These zone ceremonies serve the added attraction of assisting the provincial selection committee in the accumulation of information about potential provincial inductees. I'd like to offer my personal congratulations to each of this evening's honorees. As guests here tonight, the inductees could be your mom, dad, brother, sister, aunt, or uncle, or casual acquaintance on the lanes. You may have been aware of some of their accomplishments, but do you really know the whole story behind their induction tonight? As you'll hear shortly, each inductee has had an exciting 5-pin bowling career and a direct effect on our sport. Tonight's inductees have exhibited talent, drive, and commitment in pursuit of their goals. On behalf of the selection committee, we'd like to thank all our inductees, family, and friends who have supplied photographs and valuable information for tonight's ceremony. At this time, please join me with me in remembering inductees who have passed away since our last ceremony in November of 2022. Russ Hercom was inducted to the Hall of Fame in 1996 as a player. His highest league average was .270. He qualified for the Ontario Open a total of 21 times, earning a trip to the National 3 times, finishing highest 4th, and was once named to the National All-Star team. He amassed 8 wins in the Masters and added 2 more in the senior division. Russ passed away in December of 2022 at the age of 88, just a month after our last induction ceremony. Ernie Hughes was inducted to the Hall of Fame in 2007 as a legend. He excelled at several sports, including baseball and hockey, and ultimately chose bowling. He won the North York singles titles in both 1952 and 57, to go with the league championships in 1954. In 1963, he won the Ontario Match Play Tournament, and he followed that with back-to-back wins at the Denis Easter Classic in 63 and 64, winning $1,000 for each of those wins. He qualified the Open Nationals on the men's team in 1964, where he won silver. Ernie unfortunately passed away in March of 2023 at the age of 106. Helen Richards was inducted to the Hall of Fame in 1987 as a player. In 1957, she made her first national appearance at the East-West Championships, better known today as the National Open Championships, where she captured gold. She returned again in 1959, this time as a singles competitor. She bowled a score of 27-10 for 10 games, setting a record for the highest pinfall for either ladies or men at the time. She would also capture the CBA singles title in 1958, along with aggregate titles in both 58 and 1959. Sadly, Helen passed away in September of 2023 at the age of 93. Jackie Hawkins was inducted to the Hall of Fame in 2009 as a builder. She was involved at all levels of bowling, including the YBC, a local Lindsay DC, the Kawartha Lakes Association, and as an O5 board member for 12 years. She used her HR background at Crayola to help form the current systems in place at the O5 and local levels, including introducing job descriptions, hiring practices, and performance objectives. She also designed and delivered training programs for the locals executives and tied all of this into the incentive program the O5 still runs today. With her dedication to the sport of 5-pin bowling, she received life membership to the Lindsay DC, Kawartha Lakes Association, and the Ontario 5. The Ontario government also recognized her in 2003 and awarded her the Ontario Achievement Award. Unfortunately, we lost Jackie in February of this year at the young age of 77. Andrew Pugh was inducted to the Hall of Fame in 2006 as a builder. In 1965, she joined the newly formed Hamilton 5-Pin Bowlers Association, where she volunteered for over 40 years. 12 of those were as president, where she would receive Zone of the Year honors in 1987 and 1988 at the O5 Annual General Meeting. She also became involved with the local YBC in 1965 and remained with them until 1993, and received the first Provincial Coach of the Year award in 1980. She passed away in March of 2024 at the age of 87. Marge Summers was inducted to the Hall of Fame in 1989 as a player. She made 2 trips to the East-West Championships as a single competitor, medaling both times. First time was golden. The second time she averaged 260 and won the silver. She partnered with Johnny Dix at the mixed doubles and set a record pinfall at the time of 1943. Her personal best were a 441 single and a 1081 triple. She amassed 3 victories in the Master Bowlers. Marge also appeared on the CBC television and won the ladies singles titles at the Sportsman Show. Marge would retire from competitive bowling in 1975. This April, Marge passed away at the age of 100. Thank you to all 6 of these Hall of Fame members, either players, builders, or legends, for all you have done for the 5-pin bowling. Your contributions to our sport will not be forgotten. A number of years ago, a gentleman stood before us and took us on a magical adventure to a place where all the great 5-pin bowlers reside. Those of us of the younger generation were finally able to put faces to the names we had heard so much about. Unfortunately, the recounting of this journey seems to get longer as we add more and more friends to the list of people that we are reuniting with, as witnessed by the 6 names I just read. At this time, I call upon Walter Denis to present his 2024 version of his travels. Walter?
Yep, I'm just making sure you make it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to grab my water.
I'm often asked where the 5-Pin Bowling Hall of Fame is located. Is it at a bowling center, or maybe in the old Sport Alliance building, or at the C&E? No, it's not at any of these places, but I assure you it does exist. Recently, in a deep sleep, I caught a glimpse of the Hall of Fame, and it was quite a place. I had a chance to meet everyone, and for so many, an opportunity to put a living face with the names and pictures I have become familiar with over the years. Wouldn't you know it, when I arrived, it was bowling night. Teams were on the lanes and the center itself was beautiful. Its name, Future Lanes, were years ahead of our time. It seemed appropriate, and the Cloud9 Lounge was complete with a full array of virtual reality games, which everybody knew how to play. Jack Fine wanted the name changed to, of course, Future Lanes Bowlerama. The bowling center was run by experts, and they were all there. John Martin, Wilf Barlow, Jim Beeforth, Leon Hudecki, Ralph Crump, Bob Totsky, Jerry James, along with newcomers Ann Depew, and from Crayola, Jackie Hawkins, who had markers for everyone in heavenly colors. Heaven was about to get organized. Marge Moore was joined by Doug Miller and Gene Spry to start a YBC, and Al Richardson was pairing up bowlers for a high-low doubles. Ernie Rogie was now accustomed to his new surroundings and renewing acquaintances, and he was now joined by Walter Valentin, Sid Morris, and Ken Edge. It was all I could do to control myself as I walked over to see this large group. "I'm Walter Heaney," I said with hesitation, and John, Wilf, Jim, Ralph, and Bob recognized me and quickly introduced me to Leon Hudecki. "How did you get here?" remarked Leon. I was quick to add that I was just visiting. Oscar Kinsler was in the process of installing pin setters with invisible string, and Tom Craig was busy certifying the lanes. Bob Totsky, however, quickly took over. "Now that you're here," he said, "why don't you bowl with us?" The offer was too good to refuse. On these lanes of the future, no one wore bowling shoes. A simple touch on the foot and it was as smooth as any bowling shoe. You automatically stopped prior to the foul line as sensors slowed you down. The scoreboards were all computerized and the digital scoreboards were manned by the best. Charlie Hill, Red McQuaker, Bill Graham, and Marge Bentley, old friends from CBA days, and from the current era, Arnold Whitley, Walter Knapp, Harold Stoddard, Ed Holland, Henry Fair, and Don Walker. Henry Pachulik was offering instruction, but with few takers. As well, newly arrived Riel Champagne was introducing French classes. "Personalized bowling balls? Been using them for years," said a voice I recognized as Mert Rowell of Hamilton. "And I hear they're very, very popular down there as well." Windsor's Don Gwindon was trying to run a fundraiser, but fundraising didn't seem to be an issue. As I looked around, bowlers were warming up everywhere. Hamilton had their own team, as Mert, Stan Battersby, Dick Brett, Ab Collingwood, Edna Rimmer, Lloyd Ormerod, Vera Ward, Bert Adams, Glad Lenz, and Cass Hollick played with great ease. Bert Adams could throw the ball faster than ever, and Shirley Bedell was now joined by Ev Wood, Fred Smith, Irene Whitley, Susan Davies, Pat Mahoney, Betty Jones, and Helen McCallum, a very potent Hamilton team. On some other lanes, Toronto area bowlers were just as active. Fraser Hambley was there, and I couldn't resist the opportunity to say hello. I told him that I missed our bowling conversations and our weekly golf games. He could only agree and said that he was making himself at home with his many friends from across Ontario. And he thanked me for his chapter in the new 5-pin bowling history book. I saw Corky Rumsen. I also saw the snowman Al Snow, Ernie Hughes, Russ Hercombe, Hugh Connolly, Charlie DeMellis, Rolly Glenfield, Eddie Hawks, Fred Hawley, Earl Jones, Ken Roy, Ron Gifford, Terry Noon, Lee McBay, Fred Petulek, Nora Oakley, Mabel McDowell, Ma Morey, Doris Luke, Ollie Miller, Millie Evans, and my old instruction partner, Theda Procher. Holly Lead and Jimmy Holt were together. It was just like old times. Lots of small talk with the ladies. Nothing changes. Jake Halliwell was planning a tour for Halliwell's All-Stars. Basil Gazdia and Connie D'Alessandro were chatting, a little English, a little Italian, and they were now joined by the two primos, Primo Vagnini and Primo Falcioni. I met my old friend Tom Horton, and he was beaming over the recent induction of his daughter Sandy. And I also said hello to both Shirley and Ross Wilson, as Shirley had now joined Ross, thinking that he needed some unneeded guidance. As usual, Ross had the biggest grin on his face that you ever saw. A provincial all-star team consisted of Mark Bratkin of Bramalea, Thelma Thompson, June Gregg, Orv Bowman, and Norm Kratz of Kitchener, Emile Cote and Doug Connerty of Ottawa, Johnny Moyer and Marge Heldman of Waterloo, and both of them were talking over old times with Bill Bedker. B. Ross Gatelko of Oshawa, Doris Stewart, Jerry Carlson, and Helen Richards of Scarborough, and Oshawa's Bob Gallagher were there, and Bob was ready to bowl doubles with his old friend Dick Adams of Whitby. I saw Marg Morrissey, and in her own way, she apologized for missing her own dinner. Dot Britton was there, and both Dot and Marg had lots to catch up on. Joe Chickey was as smooth as ever. Mickey Piker added to the strong Niagara group, along with Marge Summers. Bob Falconer was busy just organizing, and Verna Bryan added her bubbly personality to the Niagara group. John Scholes had arrived from British Columbia to assist. Just then, another familiar face caught my eye, none other than Percy Cutting. Better yet, Percy was not alone, as Flo was now beside him. He was beaming. The Hall of Fame is a perfect place, said Percy. Flo and I can bowl all we want, and we share the secretarial duties. As well, Jack Hales, Billy Holt, is there with a glint in his eye, talking to everyone about the good old days. And of course, Bert Garside is here. And Bert and Jack have found a racetrack where every horse you bet on is a winner. Bill Bird had already given a speech, and Bob Coulter, along with Mickey McNeil, started a newsletter called the Heavenly Times. Could bingo be far behind? Before I could bowl, Percy wanted the latest news. I told him that yes, John Cresswell continues as president of the Ontario 5-Pin Bowlers Association, and it's now 14 years in a row, tying Jack Hales for the longest serving president, and also being inducted this evening as a builder. Brenda Pankoff is also doing a great job as she continues as the Hall of Fame chair. You could just see the gleam in Percy's eye, and you knew he enjoyed the news. Just as I was about to bowl my first ball, Percy grabbed me by the arm and held me back. A silence came over the lanes as the Legends team arrived. Tommy Ryan led the way, but he was closely followed by Tony Vitus, Brock Bailey, Marion Dibble, George Corbridge, Jimmy Morris, Frank Smith, Al Gard, and Vera Inglis, his friends from the early days of bowling. Did you ever meet Tommy? Asked Percy. No, I replied. Well, tonight's the night, he said, as we glided across the lanes to where Tommy and his friends were situated. Tommy, I want you to meet Walter Heaney, said Percy. No, he continued, he hasn't arrived here yet. He appears to just have a special pass. Quickly, I tried to pull my thoughts together, as Tommy noted. Our sport has lasted over 100 years. We have lots to celebrate, including a stamp which was created for 5-Pin Bowling's 100th birthday. Thanks to everyone for their current efforts to rebuild our sport. Somehow the conversation seemed to end as Tommy rolled out the first ball for the evening's activity. And just like that, I woke up. The 5-Pin Bowling Hall of Fame, it exists, I've seen it, yes, I've even been there. Thank you. I'll be back for that. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Walter, for once again sharing your dream with us.
Thank you very much. Tonight, Claudina Sula becomes the 20th dual inductee in the history of our sport. Her recognition as a bowler was highlighted by participation in 18 provincial opens, beginning with this team in 1978. That's Claudina on the top left, then Charlene McCormick, Coach Ed Holland, Dorothy McNaughton, and Barb Roy. Seated from the left are Marg Bratkin and Pat Jordan. In 1989, Claudina and Mike Wood won the Ontario singles titles and represented Ontario at the Nationals in Red Deer, Alberta. In the Masters, Claudina won 9 tournaments and 4 provincial aggregate titles. Nationally, she won 2 gold, 3 silver, and 2 bronze medals. On this winning team are standing from the left, Jen Donovan, Wendy Harding, there's the coach Dot Britton, and of course Brenda Pankoff. Kneeling are Kathy Barker and Claudina. From the 1980 National Open in Winnipeg, Claudina qualified for the first international small ball championships in Manila in the Philippines, scheduled from August 15th to 22nd in 1980. Claudina actually won the duck pin portion of the competition. The Canadian contingent is all here, and from the left, that's C5 President Dave McNutt, then Ray Landkamer, Don Eakin, Ron Sandus, Jim Fedorenko, then Claudina, Darian McConaughey, Laura Mitchell, Louise Paulhouse, Al Hong, and Bill Bird. The event was held at Celebrity Sports Plaza, a first-class establishment in Manila. Selection to the ladies' team for the 1983 Canada Games followed. And on this legendary team were from the left, of course, Shelley Hill, then Claudina. The coach was Marge D'Onofrio, then Diana Lethbridge, Connie Ward, who's here tonight, of course, and Anita Robinson. This group was undefeated at the Games in Quebec. During this whirlwind of success, Claudina was also attracted to the administrative side of our sport. In 1980, at just 20 years old, she was included in meetings to form a new Lake Ontario zone to serve the bowlers in the south end of the large Central Ontario zone. The first president was Angus Roy, and Claudina wrote the constitution for the new group. Claudina was invited to attend the Western Canada Bowling School. From this visit, Claudina could see a similar program in Ontario, and on her return home, the Ontario 5-Pin Bowlers Association planned their own school program. Claudina was a major facilitator and in charge of curriculum, as in 1991, the first school was held in Hamilton. With 120 students, the school was an immediate success and continues to this day. In recognition, the All-Star Awards are named in Claudina's honor. This effort, nationally, or locally and provincially, has been recognized. In 1990, she was inducted into the Central Ontario Hall of Fame, and as well in 2016, along with such notables as Jason Spezza and Michael Pekka of the hockey world. She was inducted into the Mississauga Sports Hall of Fame as an athlete, and to this day, she continues on their board of directors. Claudina has enjoyed an outstanding career, good enough to deserve her own trading card. Only 2 bowlers received this honor. I got one of Claudina's cards here tonight, of course. It may not have the value of a Wayne Gretzky rookie card, but it's worth something to me. While she excelled in bowling, she also did very well off the lanes. As an architect, she was a leader, and this charisma was transferred to her bowling career. She was a positive example for all of us. With her husband, Rob, they raised twins, Alexander at the top right and Samantha at the bottom, and today both are embarking on personal careers. I would ask them both to stand up. I think they're over here in this area. Where are you? Alexander and Samantha, 25 years old tomorrow, 25. That's what 25 looks like. We certainly wish both of you a very happy birthday and a bright future. Claudina continues to be a guiding light for as she teaches 4 courses on various aspects of her architectural expertise to students at Humber College. Ladies and gentlemen, our dual inductee tonight, Claudina Sula. My suspenders keep falling down.
Huh?
My suspenders keep falling down. Vodka, it's good stuff. Hancock got a good deal. That's right. Way to go. Tonight, we recognize a true legend in our sport, the late Ralph Patero. Ralph and his brother, Tino, came to Canada in 1960. Here's our little airplane here, there it goes across. From Arzine, Italy, a small town in the north section of the country. Ralph used his Italian roots to take on 5-pin bowling, and the results were extraordinary. He was a very fast learner. Here's a local London team. On the top left, of course, is brother Tino. Ron Dan is in that top row as well. And Ralph is at the bottom left with Dave Blaney. And Dave may have also been the team sponsor. Ralph began coaching at Lambeth Sports Bowl and is seen here with a young bantam team. Ralph joined the Master Bowlers Association and won 4 events. While Ralph is here with his Master Junior partners, he did win the 1966 Master Bantam team event with Shirley Bedell on the ladies' side. He won the 1968 Master Bantam singles, and this time his female counterpart was Ev Wood. He also won the 1970 double knockout with Ann Allen on the ladies' side, and in 1973 his double knockout win and his female partner was, or counterpart was Mary Kazan. In 580 games in the Masters, Ralph averaged a very nice 252. In the Provincial Open, Ralph was equally dominant. From 1967 to 1986, Ralph qualified for 17 years, with 14 as the singles rep and on 2 mixed teams, and he also coached twice. Here's the 1968 team. From the left, Jackie Wilson, then Ken and Bob Rohr. The coach in the middle with the hat, of course, is Frank Talbot. Then Larry Luscombe. Next to Larry is a fellow named Norm, and then Ralph on the end. Ralph coached this mixed team in 1972. Standing from the left is Murray Potterbury, Frank Telfer, Maureen Webb, Pete Woodhouse, and Pete Wyman. Seated on the left are Ann Byron, the coach Ralph, and Jenny Chappell. Here's the 1981 men's team. And from the left is Bob Munn, then Frank Del Polero, Ralph, a young Ian Cameron had shown up by this time, and Robbie Fox. Seated are Lynn Cameron, of course, then Coach Jack Hales and Diana Hales. Lastly, here is the 1985 team. From the top left is Dan Thomas, then Jim Dixon. The scorer was Jerry Beaumont, Ian again, and Ernie Valentini. Seated are Ralph on the left, Coach Dave Thomas, and of course, brother Tino. Ralph would also win the Windsor Open, the London singles title twice, and on 4 occasions won the high average in the Intercity League. In 1970-71, Ralph won the high average in the Intercity League with 267.49. It's right here. He was awarded this Old English reproduction. I'm not sure what it is. His wife Terry said she might have had enough of it by now. She's quite willing to pass it on to me. And that's how I ended up with all the stuff. But I'm trying to pass it on to Brenda Pankoff because maybe we can put it into a display case in London. But at the same time, it looks a little bit like Aladdin's lamp, and I've been trying to rub it to see if my bowling scores would improve. That's not working either. In earlier photos, we saw Robbie Fox. In 1967, he introduced Ralph to Terry, and they were married in 1969. Together they raised 2 sons. Rob is here tonight, of course, with his mother, and Scott, who is also here tonight with grandchildren, Emma and Ryan, and there are 4 more grandchildren. Ralph managed the Bavarian Tavern in London for 20 years. It was a place well known by all of London, and especially students from Western Ontario University. Ladies and gentlemen, a true legend in our sport, Ralph Patero. Well done. A native of Richmond Hill, John Cresswell has contributed to the growth of 5-pin bowling locally, provincially, and nationally. John began in the Youth Bowling Council, introduced to bowling by his father Jim, who is here tonight. John began at ABC Bowl, which was owned by Frank and Pauline Price, and finished at Newkirk Bowl, which was actually built by Oscar Kinsler of Professional Bowling as a bowling center close to the head office, and it could be used as an equipment testing center. In the adult ranks, John enjoyed bowling, but could also see that the administrative side of the sport was more to his liking. In 1986, Owen Moreau was president of the local York Simcoe zone, and he asked John to join the board, and John was an eager volunteer. Following his experience in several roles, John was elected president in 1995, and in that same year, led the zone to top provincial honors. From the top left here, we see Marla Rogers, Rose Romeo, Corinne Macklem, Doreen Kite, Jim Glanfield, and Sid Morris. Seated from the left is Mike Kite, Heather, and then John, Loretta Wright, and Owen Moreau. Which leads us to John's wife, Heather. John joined the Master Bowlers Association in 1987, and one reason was to not only coach, but more importantly, he told me, was to spend more time with Heather, the lady in his life. And they were married in 1987. In the Masters, John represented ABC Bowl. And from the left in the back, that's John, of course. Then Bernice Helmick, Len Attridge, Ernie Wolfries, and Mike Kite. In the front are Heather, Doreen Kite, Betty McWhirter, Betty Wolfries, Gail, and Gail Bartlett. John stayed with the Masters for 5 years, and with his coaching certification, coached 6 open teams, 4 men and 2 mixed teams. Here's a 1992 mixed team. The top left is the scorer, Don Chase, then Brian Stiver, Darrell Osborne, Joanne Banks, Frank DeLello, and Bobby Baggs. Seated are Michelle Swan, Coach John, and Mary Lou Parker. Here's a 1993 men's team. From the top left, Jeff Stevens, Mike Rancourt, scorer Rose Romeo, Darrell Osborne, and Sean Morris. Seated are Russ Hercombe, Coach John, and Tom Bryden. John was now fully committed to the York Simcoe Zone, and in 2002, they were again recognized as Zone of the Year. At the top left is Matt Crane, then Heather, Margaret French, Sid Morris, and Andrew Crump. Seated are Jimmy Glanfield, Corrine Macklem, John, and Doreen and Mike Kite. 2002 was John's last year as Zone President, and he turned the reins over to his wife, Heather. She was a delight as she promptly led the Zone to a repeat win as Zone of the Year. Here's the top left is Merle Sibbert, then Gary Kehoe, our MC here tonight, of course, then Pete Macklem, Mike Kite, presenter Dave Post, and John. Seated are Kim Kehoe, Sid Morris, President Heather, Corinne Macklem, and Margaret French. In 1996, John was elected to the provincial board and saw a whole new opportunity to contribute in several provincial roles. From the average book to the Constitution to information technology, John was elected as Ontario President in 2011. This excellence in information technology began much earlier, as John took an electronics course and was employed by Misco Data. And in 1987, this company was purchased by the expanding Apple Computer Corporation. However, some 1996 layoffs led John and 4 partners to open TRG, standing for Technical Response Group, and housed in a store in Aurora. Today, John is the sole owner of the company. Through TRG, John has become one of bowling's biggest sponsors. As well, he enjoys the entertainment side of banquets, and especially the YBC. Here is an untrained group of ballerinas that included presidents and some parents and some YBC volunteers. From the left is Gary Ego, John along with Alan Stepka, Gary Kehoe, Mike Kite, and Frank Romero. At convention, in a year at Cleveland's House, the AGM is also leads to entertaining. And during the annual pool party, John leads a group of qualified so-called prisoners in a chain gang skit. Behind John are Jennifer Gay, then Owen Moreau, and Don Brethauer. Also at convention, here is John with a Kawartha Lakes and Ontario Durham pool party. From the left is Marilyn Ben Belwa, John and Heather, Jackie Hawkins and Mike Wilson, Judy and Dave Post, Nicoll, Paul and Jennifer Gay, Diane Doucette and Paul Brown, and on the end, Ian McLean. John's presidential role is widespread. For several years, he has directed the inclusion of 5-pin bowling in the Ontario Winter Games. This group were in Collingwood, and from the left is Riel Champagne, Al Hong, Harold Stoddard, and John. At Nationals, John is the team manager, and here is an Ontario group from 2013. John is at the extreme left with many familiar faces. The singles were Matt Innes and Sandy Horton, and the ladies and mixed teams came from Middlesex Elgin, and the men's team, of course, from Kawartha Lakes. But there is more. As president, you participate in your own golf tournament, even though you only golf once a year. You dress up for your O5 Board of Directors picture. From the left is Mickey McNeil, then Harold Stoddard, Mike Kite, Riel Champagne, and Brenda Hamilton. Seated from the left are Mike Wilson, John, Dave Post, and Terry Farrell. You get your picture taken with your wife about 100 times, and you may have regretted the last one you'll see here. Uh-oh. Might have regretted that one, but that's Heather, who was the target. You're always speaking at some event. Always something to say. And you're making a presentation. This one to Ev Wood, 40 years as a volunteer. But you're surrounded by lots of help. Here's the clan, for example, a group of hardworking ladies. From the left is Brenda Hamilton, Linda Vandenberg, John's wife Heather, Kim Kehoe, and Terry Farrell. John has been recognized for his efforts. Here he receives a Corporate Sports Citation Award from the Government of Ontario. And the presenter is Dave Johnson, who was the chair of the Sport Alliance of Ontario building. In 2014, he was inducted as a builder to the York Simcoe Hall of Fame, and here receives his award from, of course, Gary Kehoe. But with all of us, family is most important. Here is John and Heather at the wedding of their daughter, Cheryl, in 2014. From the left is a youngest son, J.M., then Shane Fortier, a guest of Sister Margot, groom Louis Mirabella, and Cheryl, then Heather, John, John's dad, Jim, and of course, a son, A.J. We now ask you to watch your screens for a special congrats for Grumpy John from grandchildren Mateo and John Luca. Mateo and John Luca, well done, boys. And Grumpy just about does it right, doesn't it? But as we recognize John here tonight, he's been a powerful force for our sport and always supported by his rock, his wife, Heather. Ladies and gentlemen, our Hall of Fame builder, John Cresswell. Good stuff. Gail Mattis, holy crap.
Are you going to add my daughter-in-law?
No, it's too late now, darling. How did you want me to do that? Where do you want that?
No, just I have a son, Jason.
Well, you got that here.
Yeah.
And his daughter.
And his wife, Julie.
Jeez.
Appreciate that. She's important.
I know, I realize that. That's the fun of doing this. She wants to add a couple of pictures. Jeez. Thank God. In Windsor and the Western Ontario 5-Pin Bowlers Association, bowling, as well as being a sport and recreation, is certainly a large family affair. And be assured, Gail Mattis is a central figure in this large family. She began her youth bowling career at the senior age of 16 at Windsor Rec and at a Young Adult Bowlers Association event at Parkview in Windsor. Gail bowled a perfect game as part of a 985 triple. Also, at the urging of Jim Oldridge, Gail began a 35-year participation in the Provincial Open. Here is her first Open team in 1979. At the top left is Tony Buxu, then Ed Suchero. The coach is Harry Fowler, Jim Oldridge, and Cliff Bastian. Seated from the left are Kay Bastian, Barb Smith, and a young Gail Lamoureux, of course, our Gail Mattis. Here's a special 1987 ladies team. From the top left are Barb Buxu, Monica Jacka, The coach was Dave Malash, Janet Kinghorn, and Gail. Seated are Vi McManus, the scorer was Randy Zucky, and Monica Wilcock. In this year, Gail was a finalist in the singles, losing the last game to Diane McLeod to finish second provincially. This ladies' team celebrated the 100th year anniversary of 5-pin bowling in 2009. The top left is Patty Durkins, Gail, Jen McNevin, and Mandy Pickering. Seated are Erica Bordelin, Coach Lucy Theoret, and Caitlin Menard. Gail was the singles rep on 15 occasions, and here is her perennial partner, Terry Little. Gail continued her strong open participation as she switched to the senior division in 2012. This move produced a provincial championship team. In the back row is sponsor Sean Morris, then Ken Oldridge, Gail, Jim Oldridge, Diane Martin, and presenter Dave Post. Kneeling are coach Sean Oldridge and Gary Fair. This 2013 team were also champions, and that year Gail won her first of 3 singles titles. She also set a 12-game record of 3,051 that still stands today. At the top left on this championship team is Gary Fair, Ken Oldridge, and Jim Oldridge. Seated are Diane Martin, Coach Mariano McConey, and Gail. The Western Ontario seniors were champions again in 2023, and Gail was also the singles champion. From the top left are Ken Oldridge, Al Kloss, and Roger Vanderpool. Seated are Gail, the coach. You all know, oh, never mind. It was my first visit to the head table. I had to put this picture in there. And of course, Thelma is on the right. In the singles, though, Gail rolled a 3 10th frame strikes to win the Ontario singles title by a single pin. Here's a happy group receiving 20-year participation awards at the Open. From the left are Jen Donovan, then Paul Asselin, Gail, Ruth Polson, and presenter Bob Coulter. Gail joined the teaching division of the Masters in 1991, transferred to the tournament division, and participated until 2004. She won her ring in 1998, winning the mixed triples, as she partnered with John Mattioli and Ross McNicoll, with Ian Cameron presenting. Overall, she averaged 238.5 for 556 tournament games. Gail always liked the challenge. In 2009, the Friday night men's team at League at Palladium were looking for new bowlers and invited the women to join. Gail lined up Caitlin Menard, Stephanie Leclerc, Diane Martin, and Anne-Marie Lassick. And these 5 ladies gave the men's group all they could handle. Gail's biggest fan is her husband, Randy. They were married in 1979, and they have 2 children, a boy, Jason, who's here tonight with his wife, Julie, and a daughter, Jackie, who's in love with animals. As bowlers in Windsor face a new challenge with the closing of their only center Palladium, Randy was one of the volunteers trying to save the lanes and machines in the hope of a new center. In the opening, I mentioned the Windsor family of bowlers. From the Stories to the Pavans to Mariano, as well to the Oldridges, the Fowlers, the Wilcox, the Klosses, and of course Pat Jepson, they all have made Windsor a better place, as tonight we recognize our Hall of Fame player, Gail Mattis. Way to go. Can't be nervous anymore.
Yeah.
Can't be nervous anymore. Heck, we've done it all.
No, it's done.
No, you all right?
Walk you down.
Oh, geez. What are you doing?
I think I have to walk them down, don't I?
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
No,
All
just,
right.
no, we're good, Pat. Ooh, don't fall, jeez. God love me. Yeah, now look, it's you or me, kid.
Hey, I think Pat Jepson's going to walk me out.
I think so. Pretty close. I'll hold the chair. Randy's still sitting talking to somebody else.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Coach.
Rob McGregor was able to combine an international career in the private sector with a love for five-pin bowling to reach tonight's induction. His journey began at Glen Valley Bowl, owned by the legendary Herb Sutcliffe, and his coach was Bert Busby, seen here at the top, and that's Rob at the bottom left. Another coach was Terry Noon, seen here with daughter Angela on the left, and of course Rob is on the right. Rob bowled in several youth events, and here is a group at the Pepsi High School tournament. At the left, of course, that's Greg Peteritis. In the middle is Madeline Burns of Pepsi, along with Kevin Jones of the OBC. Rob is second from the right in the bell bottoms. I'm not sure about that, but that's the fashion. And of course, the young, there they are. The young gentleman on the right is Bobby Drapeau. At just 15, Rob on November 27, 1977, rolled his first 400 game, actually 420. In 1983, Rob was invited to attend a summer camp to select the men's team for the upcoming Canada Winter Games held in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region of Quebec. Rob made the team, and on the top left is Rod Smith, Mike Bates, and Rob. At the bottom left, of course, Steve Greensides. The coach was Réal Champagne and Paul Roeder. In Quebec, this team, of course, was undefeated, won the gold medal, and Rob averaged .283. Rob joined the Master Bowlers Association in 1983 and would win the mixed triples. Here, seen with Dorothy McNaughton, presents to Rob Mary Ozier of Hamilton and Norton Sims. Rob also won the Spring Classic and the aggregate, and Tom Horton presents Rob with the Eddie Hawks Trophy. The NBAC Nationals were held in Hamilton, and here's the Ontario contingent with the aggregate winners, Rob and Anna Schwartzman, at the front, and once again, many familiar faces. Rob advanced to the Nationals, also in Hamilton, and watch your screens. As you can see, he bowled .340, only to lose to Tom Stevenson of Alberta, who bowled .343, just 3 pins higher. Overall in the Masters, Rob averaged .256 for 533 games, and this mark is 32nd highest of all time. In the Open, Rob represented York West, and in 1993 won the singles title, here with the ladies' winner, Christy Zammit. This York West team won provincially, earning a bronze medal in Winnipeg. In the top row from the left are Lawrence Shook, Jim Ronaldson, Connie D'Alessandro, and Rob. Seated are Ron Coombs, the coach was Wayne Finley, and then Jordan Craner. Rob would win the Bowler-Emma match play in 1985, the survival tournament in Hamilton, and in 1993 receives the high average trophy from the league president Fraser Hambley with a 263 mark in the Toronto City Major League. Despite this success, and here's our little plane again, watch this guy. There we go. Rob chose to develop his career in interior design, ultimately moving to the Cayman Islands. For 6 years, he made important contacts in the design industry, did 500 ocean dives, and became a master scuba instructor. But Rob missed the open. As you can imagine, 5-pin bowling does not work on sand. That's a coconut beside the bowling pin. And of course, the left picture is Rob trying to deliver that coconut. Believe it or not, Rob missed Canada and the bowling scene. He has returned and is back in the open. Here's the 2023 Toronto men's team. From the top left is Tim Pratt, Zachary Wells, Rob, Sean Coombs. From the bottom left is Jim Mills. The coaches Debbie Hull and Jeremy Coombs. Ron returned with this Toronto team in 2024. From the left is Coach Elaine Friede, Paul St. Pierre, Steve Zimmerman, Jeremy Coombs, Zachary Wells, and Rob. In both of the above years, Rob was the singles rep for the Toronto zone. While the above accomplishments place Rob on the top 90 list at number 77, he has a few more events to challenge his ability and desire. Ladies and gentlemen, our Hall of Fame player, Rob McGregor. Is there, Randy, is there water in there? No. Sorry. Thank you. Well done. Denis St-Onge rose from his roots in the Ottawa Valley to become a major player in the development of the coaching program of our sport across Canada. Beginning at Aladdin Lanes in Ottawa, Denis is seen here with his son Charles, who's a little older today, who is an avid young bowler, and of course, backers of their favorite hockey team, the Ottawa Senators, and those Senators might look a little better this year. Denis was a league bowler at Aladdin, and here is a family team. From the top left is Denis's mother, Madeline, then Nicoll, Laverne, and Jeanette. At the bottom left is Alan Butterick, brother Roman St-Onge, and of course, a young Denis. Boy, lots of hair. By 1980, Denis had become totally involved in the adult ranks with both the Open and the Masters. On this Open team, Denis was the scorekeeper. And standing from the top left are Vianney Beauchamp, then Ron Luck, Gord Mail, Rick Moran, and Dave Lane. Seated from the left are a young Denis. The coach, of course, is Doug Connerty and Wally Souchon. Denis qualified for his first Open as a player in 1983. From the top left on this mixed team are Doug Love, Sharon Bard, Denis, Vianney Beauchamp, Shirley Wise, and Peter Knapp. Seated from the left are Cheryl Wyatrowski, the coach was Marcel Quenville, and Susan Kennedy. Denis coached for the first time the following year. And from the left is Heather Mitchell, Doug Connerty, Cap Foster, big tall John Jarvis, Peter Knapp, and the scorer was Frida McCullough. Seated are Jeanette, Coach Denis, and Cheryl Wyatrowski. By this time, Denis was fully involved in 5-pin bowling and married life. Denis and Jeanette were married in 1981, and that same year, Denis followed Marcel Quenville as president of the large Ottawa Valley 5-Pin Bowlers Association. Jeanette was a willing partner as together they traveled throughout the area. As well, Denis was trained as a course conductor for the new bowling coaching course under the NCCP program, which in French became PNCE. And that's all the French I'm going to try. Denis certified over 900 coaches from 1981 to 1999. He became a master course conductor and trained coaches to deliver courses in both English and French throughout Ontario and Quebec. And be assured, this success was extremely important for 5-pin bowling in the eyes of the federal government. Following a successful launch of a decentralized association at Orleans, Denis joined the board of the Ontario 5-Pin Bowlers Association in 1993 and rose to the position of first vice president. Here at an AGM, he presents an award. On the left, of course, to the one and only Heather Cresswell, and on the right to Dave Roeder of Waterloo. As first vice president in Ontario, Denis attended at the national level and influenced both the coaching program and here became part of a youth challenge committee in Alberta. This group from the top left is Michelle Hoyle, Marcel Allaire, and Don McIver. Sheila Carr, of course, is in the middle, with Trudy Metcalf, and on the bottom are Denis, and the gentleman on the right is Terry McLeod. Denis joined the Master Bowlers Association in 1980 and was a member for 7 years. On the lanes, he qualified for the MBAC Nationals in 1982, representing Ontario. This group bowled at Centre Bowl in Corner Brook, Newfoundland. At the top left is Sid Morris of the MBAO, then Ross Wilson, Tom Nash, and Coach Ron D'Onofrio. Seated are Denis, Jim McFarland, and Larry Judge. This was the first time for the MBAO to visit the East Coast. In the workforce, Denis joined OC Transpo in 1987 and was flagged for leadership. And this move forced Denis to abandon his bowling involvement in 2001. He would ultimately retire from the workforce in 2018. Be assured, Denis and Jeanette were a great team, together now for more than 40 years. They raised 2 children, a daughter Danielle and a son Charles, and there are 3 grandchildren. Here's a family photo. From the top left is grandson Alexandre, daughter Danielle, Denis, Jeanette, and a daughter-in-law, Denis. In the front, our granddaughter, Madeline, son-in-law, Mike, grandson, Noah, and their son, Charles. In this family photo, our sister, Christine, Denis, sisters, Jeanette and Manel, and at the bottom are his parents, a father, Roman, his mother, Madeline, and in the middle, a sister, France. Enjoying retirement, Denis has rediscovered his golf game and with Jeanette are enjoying travel to many cities around the world. And here is Denis and Jeanette with their cruising buddies. Ladies and gentlemen, our Hall of Fame builder, Denis St-Onge. I keep forgetting that guy's name. Nobody fell, did they? Oh, geez. No kidding. What is this guy's name? Gary Kehoe, jeez. Three to go. Well done. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Way to go. This isn't going too bad. To say Bill Williams is competitive is an understatement. He's a champion in 2 forms of bowling, originally in candlepins in Nova Scotia, and then on a move to Ontario, Bill excelled in 5-pin bowling as well. In Nova Scotia, it's candlepins, and Bill was very good at this form of bowling, and the media coverage was excellent. Bill was a true champion, and here's a list of just some of his accomplishments. 2 provincial championships, 25 consecutive weekly appearances on the local Beat the Champ, a high single of 184 and a high triple of 485. In 1965, Bill qualified for the Candlepin World Championships held in Brewer, Maine, and Bill placed 3rd in the event. Bill was born in Lower Sackville, Nova Scotia. Now we got to bring you in on this, because the place is so small I couldn't find it on the map when I first started to look. And we've enlarged the area, and there's Lower Sackville. It's upper, just above Halifax. But looking for a better quality of life, here's our plane again. Off he goes to St. Catharines in 1967. Bill took to 5-pin bowling immediately and joined the major leagues and coached in the YBC. Here's a group of youngsters from Fairview, and as well, Bill coached at Playmore as well. Bill joined the Master Bowlers Association and bowled 960 games, averaging 247, while winning 3 tournaments. Here, Bill receives his certificate for a win in the doubles with Shirley Chickey, and the fellow in the center is presenter Rick Massero. He won the 1987 mixed triples, partnering with Anna Swartzman and Wayne Webb. The Hiram Walker sponsors are here. That's Lou Mattina on the left and Leslie Jane Patterson on the right. And Bill would add the 1988 Rose Festival, and the winner that year, of course, was Brenda Penkoff. In 1993, Bill won the pins over average section of a Masters Senior event held at Bolorama West, and for added excitement, Bill just bowled a perfect game at the event as well. Naturally, he was a big supporter of Special Olympics, and he bowled in our annual event on several occasions. In the Open, he called for 7 Opens, and here's a 1983 Open team that was very special. At the top left are Don Betts, John Worrell, Paul Asselin, and John Scholes. Bill is at the bottom, then with Joe Petrosevic and Coach Jerry Chimko. This team won provincially, and nationally in Thunder Bay, Bill rolled 27-32 for 10 games, and this set at the Nationals qualified him to the next small ball championships. And he also won 17 of 21 games that year. These championships were scheduled for the summer of 1983 at Rouge Hill Bowl in Scarborough. Representing Canada were from the top left, Pat Fitzgerald, then Tom Patterson, and Willie Orne. At the bottom left is Glenn Burbick and Bill. The coach was Tony Beulah of Saskatchewan. Bill won the 5-pin section of this event with a final game victory over George Guzman of Argentina. And it's seen here, the score was 269-220. Canada, with Bill, were second in the duck pin variety, losing by just 12 pins, 615-603 to the USA. Here's a mixed team from 1984. Standing from the left are Fern Sullivan, Sandy Mackey, Tom Kyle, Gary Green, Bill Lutz, Patricia Carr, and Doreen Murray. Seated are Bill on the left, Coach Mark Morrissey, and Jerry Chimko. This 1992 mixed team won the Ontario Championship and bowled nationally in Sudbury. On the top left are Nancy Nelson, Donna Leslie, the coach is Gary Green, and Connie Green. On the bottom from the left are Larry Taylor, Lucien Charette, Ralph Eckert, Bill, and the scorer is Ron McDougall. Bill was inducted to the Niagara 5-Pin Bowling Hall of Fame in 2012. From the left in this picture is Paul Asselin, who was accepting for Willie Sabera, then Bill, Joanne DeRocher, Wilma Vandersweg, Tim Dixon, Lou Montagano, and Gary Green. Well, Bill loved his bowling and and the competition. He also enjoyed the business arena as well. Bill and his wife Barb opened a coffee bar at the local mall, and a franchise, Java Joe's, ran from 1995 to 2007. And it was during this time that Bill retired from Hayes Dana. A fun time on several mornings, Canadian legend on the accordion Walter Ostenak would open Java Joe's with a musical selection. Here is also Wendell Clark of the Maple Leafs offered an autograph to Bill for his daughter, connecting at a local Walmart. Today, Bill and his wife Barb live in a retirement community in Stephenville, still in Niagara, but close to the U.S. border. Our living legend, Bill Williams. You got it? Elizabeth Nicoll grew up as both a competitive bowler and also a competitive swimmer. Her swimming career covered 18 years from 1974 to 1992 at the Lakeshore Swim Club under the watchful eye of coaches Kim Lumsden and Fred Sheffield. Now, our crack research team received this photo supplied by the Lakeshore Swim Club. The girl in the glasses is Leanne Francombe. That's Elizabeth on the left, I think in the blue. No, I don't think so. No. We're going with that regardless. On the lanes, Elizabeth bowled at Sportsman's Bowl in southwest Toronto, and her coaches were Joe Erskine, along with Greg Pateritis and Mike Wood. In the left picture, Elizabeth won the Ontario Junior Singles title, and on the right is her National Junior Singles title in St. John's, Newfoundland, that same year. In the adult ranks, Elizabeth has been a powerful force for 35 years. As well, she represented several zones. We begin in 1990 with a York West mixed team that were provincial champions. From the top left are Steve Konopelke, Audrey McConvey, Steve Alexiitis, the Carlings rep. The scorer is Barb Collins and Lauren Shook. Kneeling are Elizabeth, Glenda Brown, Rick Wilkins, and the coach Arnold Vesic. This team won a silver medal at the Nationals, also held in Hamilton. Elizabeth was the singles rep on 22 of 29 ladies teams. And in 1998, she won the first of 3 provincial singles titles and is pictured here with sponsor Sid Morris. Her Toronto ladies team were also victorious that year. From the top left is Elizabeth, Teresa Palmatier, the coach Wayne Finley, Anna Swartzman, and Debbie McAlpine. Kneeling are Mandy Annie, Kathleen Coombs-Ronaldson, and Crystal Chislett. Elizabeth would win again in 2006 here with Jim Thorpe, and in 2014 she won again with Mitch Davies. Overall, Elizabeth was on 6 provincial winning ladies teams. This team from 2016 won in Regina, and Elizabeth was named to the All-Star team. From the top left, our presenter, Kevin Jepson, Lindsay Laporte, Christy Lampman, and Elizabeth. Seated are Carol Mokazicki, Kayla Anderson, Coach Andrew Lampman, and Carol McDonnell. Elizabeth was equally dominant in the Master Bowlers Association. From 1994 to 2001, she won 7 events. Here are the winners in 1996, as Ian Cameron presented to Jason Procher and Elizabeth. In 1998, she won the Fall Classic with Bernie Menard, and the sponsor, of course, in the middle is Sid Morris. In 1999, she won the mixed triples with Mike Bates and Mike LeClaire. In 1995-96, Elizabeth was the aggregate champion, and she returned to Newfoundland for the national finals. Overall, Elizabeth qualified for 5 national teams, and she won 4 gold medals and 1 silver. On this team from the top left is Coach Ian Cameron, Ruth Polson, Elizabeth, and Lynn White. On the lower level are Stacy Zamet and Jody Craig. Away from the lanes, Elizabeth was a very special individual. She graduated from the University of Toronto in 1992 with degrees in biology, environmental science, and physical geography. In the business world, she concentrated on human resources and project management with such large companies as Bell Canada and Rogers Communication. That said, she never forgot her chosen sport. Giving back, she bowled with Special Olympics and today continues to instruct and encourage the young bowlers in the Sunset Lanes community. Ladies and gentlemen, our Hall of Fame inductee, Elizabeth Nicoll. See how this works. Linda McAlan was a superstar from her early days at Cliffside Bowl to a YBC career at Parkway and continuing through her adult life. Her coach at Cliffside, was Bill Gooding, and Linda rewarded him with a pie in the face as Bill lost an early challenge match. In 1982, Linda transferred to Parkway, and in the 4 steps to stardom through the YBC, Linda was the national junior champion, pictured on the left, and placed 2nd provincially in the senior division 6 years later. In the junior final in Saskatoon, Linda had a 19-3 one-loss record, and at just 13 years old, averaged .274. As well, this trip to Saskatchewan was a family affair. On the left is Linda with her parents, Bob and Mark, and be assured, Mark was Linda's biggest fan. On the right, her sisters were also there, and clockwise from the left are Debbie, Kim, who came over from Alberta, Susan, and champion Linda in the center. In 1984, Linda averaged .254 to lead this team to a Pepsi High School national title. From the left is Laura Lee McIver, Sheila Stewart, Karen Rellis, Linda, Sandra Crawford, and the coach Alex Park. Here's a group of young bowlers at the Pepsi National. At the top left is Ron Coombs of York West, Tim LeBlanc of Central Ontario, Kevin Cripps of Forest City, Rusty Bamford of York Simcoe, Michelle Swan of Huronia, and Jody Craig of St. Clair. In the middle row is Denise Top of Niagara, Julie McCory of Central Ontario, Tammy Regan of the Ottawa Valley, and Linda representing Agincourt. In the front row is Bill Kilgore of Hamilton and Glenn O'Hashi of the Ottawa Valley. Linda began 30 years in the Provincial Open with this Agincourt team. From the top left is Helen Richards, then Joyce James, Linda, Sandra Crawford, and Donna Halliday. Seated are Barb Chapman on the left, the coach was Russ Stewart, and Diane Harrison. By 1992, Linda was representing Scarborough. From the top left again is Donna Halliday, Linda. The scorer was Javi Richmond, Paula Wilkes, and Diane Harrison. Seated is Linda's sister, of course, Sue, Coach Ian McLean, a future husband, and Barb Chapman. By 2002, Linda was representing Ontario Durham. At the top left here is Patty Felto, Teresa Palmer, Linda and Karen Kearns. Seated are Barb Chapman, the coach Walter Heaney, and Judy Begley. 2009 was the year for retro uniforms as bowling celebrated, of course, 100 years. From the top left is Linda, Sharon Martorino, Christina Carey, and Kelly MacArthur. Seated are Candace Brackenberry, Coach Ross McNicoll, and Laura Spolestra. Linda has been the singles rep in 26 of her 30 opens and is pictured here with Greg Peteritis. Here's a years of service photo at the Open with Riel Champagne congratulating Connie Ward, Kevin Berg, and Linda. For 30 years, Linda here is congratulated by Brenda Hamilton. Linda has dominated in the Master Bowlers Association as well. When Gary Burkholder introduced Snyder's to the Ladies Tour, Linda won 2 of the 4 events and is seen here with Kathy Barker, a winner of an event as well. At the year end, the MBAO recognized all the winners, and at the top left is Jen Donovan, then the sponsor rep, and then Brenda Pankoff. Linda is at the bottom left with Kathy Barker. In her first year in the Masters, she won the mixed triples, seen here with Brian Kay and Ernie Tatarin in the year-end presentation. There's also the sponsor and Ian Cameron and Don Gorman of the MBAO. She won a second mixed triples with Jeff Canham and Don Russell. Here's another victory with Paul Roeder. And on the left is Sean Morris, and on the right is Sam White of the MBAO. Linda also won the annual Oktoberfest event and is seen here with the men's winner, Mike Wilson. Her 5th winner was extra special, as she won the Special Olympics event. And from the left, of course, is Tom Horton, Rob McLean of Special Olympics, her Special Olympics partner, Warren Wright, and Jim Spence, who was also with Special Olympics. And of course, that's Linda there as well. In an added MBAO event, Linda won the Mark 10 accuracy contest and is seen here with the men's winner, Nick Pagniello, and Henry Fair of the MBAO. As the leading money winner in the ladies division, Linda was a guest of the Toronto Blue Jays, and on the field at the Rogers Center, she's congratulated by Toronto Blue Jays relief pitcher, Tom Henke. In the NBAC Nationals, Linda has 9 medals with 3 gold, 5 silver, and a bronze. This team won a silver medal in 1989, with, from the top left, our coach Dot Britton, Anna Swartzman, Sue Wanklin, and Brenda Pankoff. Seated are Linda and Lena Chibb of the MBAO. Sue Wise was also on this team that represented Ontario in Newfoundland. Linda has constantly given back to our sport. From her roots as a teacher, she instructs at NEBS in Oshawa, and of course attends the annual bowling school, seen here with the one and only Fraser Hambley. Linda and Ian were married in 1995 and have raised 2 boys, Cameron, 19, and Justin, 23. And as we say, both are doing well. Linda and her sister celebrated the 80th birthday of their mother, Marg, in Niagara-on-the-Lake. And from the top left are Debbie, Kim, their mother, of course, Marg, Susan, and Linda. Ladies and gentlemen, our Hall of Famer, Linda McLean. Thank you. Don't trip and fall. Before I step away here, I do want to congratulate Gary Kehoe on the excellent job he's done as our MC here tonight. Lori for handling the slides as well. But there's some notes here too. I want to thank all the honorees as well for their full cooperation that they've given me over the last several months. As well, I enjoy this process, and I certainly thank the Ontario 5-Pin Bowlers Association for the opportunity. But in closing, I do want to personally thank John Cresswell, honored here tonight, but for his technical support in completing this presentation. It doesn't work without him, and he makes it look, I think, he makes it look pretty good. So even with our little airplane as well. So keep safe, thank you. I'll keep rubbing my lamp to see if it helps me in the open, but I don't know, things aren't going well. But anyway, everything's good, thank you. I walk out of here without killing myself, thank you. Yeah.
Drink of wine.
Thank you all for
That's right, I got
all
two
your hard work
glasses.
in researching and organizing your achievements to give us a glimpse of why you're being honored tonight. Thank you. For inductees, I believe that one does not set out with the goal of being a member of the Hall of Fame, but because of your love of the game and your dedication to it, it has led you here. Again, congratulations to you all. To all the O5 members here tonight who will be attending the semi-annual general meeting in the morning, just a reminder, it starts at 9 a.m. And John would like to say as a gift, give you an extra hour tonight just because. Okay, we reached the halfway point of tonight's ceremony. This concludes our formal portion of the meeting's event. As I indicated at the beginning, our inductees will, as I indicated at the beginning of our induction ceremonies, the honorees, after getting the class of 2024 group picture, will remain in the ballroom in order that you may take photographs and offer your personal congratulations. Thank you for your attendance, attention, and enthusiasm this evening. I hope you've enjoyed the program and have a wonderful night. Just introduced a new line of paraphernalia, clothing, hats, etc. It is on the website. It is imagineblineteamwear.com. You may purchase O5 Hall of Fame memorabilia, hats, shirts. Please check them out. It's a great keepsake and something wonderful to have. So again, imagineblineteamwear.com. That's all I have for commercials.
He's like, I can't get off.
Yep.